Cek, 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 satu, dua. Cek, 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 cek. Cek, cek, cek.
Selamat siang para peserta, kita akan segera memulai acara ini beberapa saat lagi. Maka mohon untuk duduk di tempat masing-masing dan kita akan segera memulai. Dan teman-teman yang berpartisipasi secara virtual juga sudah bergabung di Zoom dan juga di YouTube. Maka rekan-rekan yang hadir secara in person di Hotel Conrad dimohon untuk mulai duduk di tempatnya masing-masing karena kita akan segera mulai dalam beberapa saat lagi. Terima kasih. Selamat sore kepada partisipan yang sudah hadir di Hotel Conrad, Bali. Kita akan segera memulai acara ini beberapa saat lagi, maka silahkan untuk menempati tempat duduk masing-masing. Rekan-rekan yang hadir secara virtual juga sudah di tengah-tengah kita di aplikasi Zoom dan juga YouTube. Maka kita akan bisa memulai acara ini sesaat lagi. Terima kasih. Please welcome our Master of Ceremony for today, Senandung Nachita.
Good afternoon from Indonesia. Good evening and good morning to all participants all around the world. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. We do hope everyone is in good health and protected from the COVID-19 pandemic. This event also has followed all the health protocols, including conducting swab tests for all the attendees here to prevent any spread of COVID-19. My name is Senandung Nachita, and I will be your master of ceremony for today. And it is a pleasure to be here with you in the middle of this beautiful and stunning weather in Bali at this magnificent place in Conrad Hotel in Nusa Dua. Welcome to our beautiful country Indonesia, to the wonderful island of Goddess, Bali. the home of colorful, spiritual, and unique culture that makes it a paradise on earth. Also, I would like to say hello to everyone who is joining virtually. We really do wish you were here. And before we move further, I would like to say hello, to say hi for all the participants that are already joining us from all over the world. Maybe, if possible, you would kindly to switch on your camera. Maybe, are there anyone from Asia? You are allowed to wave your hands to the camera. Please switch on. Or anyone from Europe? Good morning, Europe. Okay. I would like to say hi to for anyone from America. I know this is midnight there, but maybe anyone join us, you could also wave your hand. And from Africa, also from Asia Pacific, hello to you all. I hope you all in good health today. Okay, and before we move further to the next session, I would like to invite each and everyone, both virtually and who attends in person, to stand up to give our utmost respect to the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please stand up.
Hey. Don't come down, don't.
Thank you. You may be seated again. Ladies and gentlemen, on this very special occasion, please allow me to extend our warmest greeting to all distinguished speakers and participants. Excellency, Mr. Airlangga Hartarto, the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Excellency, Mr. Arifin Tasrif, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. Excellency, Mr. Abednego Panca Putra Tarigan MSI, Deputy Chief of Staff for Human Development Affairs to the President of the Republic of Indonesia. Excellency, Ambassadors of the G20 countries, Excellency G20 Sherpas, our Honorable Mr. Sugeng Bahagijo, the C20 Chair, distinguished co-chairs, Sherpa and Su Sherpa of C20 Indonesia, distinguished C20 Steering Committee, International Advisory Committee, Troika, Working Group Coordinators and members from all around the world, the co-chairs of G20 Working Groups, the co-chairs of G20 Engagement Groups, fellow journalists and colleagues in media, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to greet you all. Welcome to the C20 kickoff meeting and ceremony, Listening to the World. All right, this 2 days hybrid kickoff meeting and ceremony is presented by Civil 20 Indonesia as part of the effort to show the commitments of C20 Indonesia to G20 officials and stakeholders and to strengthen the alliance to launch and perform impactful advocacy in the G20 process throughout 2022. The seminar is being relayed on Zoom and live from YouTube Civil Society 20. All sessions in the seminar will be delivered in English and will be interpreted in Bahasa Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please be noted that we have provided the interpretation feature on Zoom. You may click the button on your screen located at the bottom right side with the globe symbol titled Interpretation and choose Bahasa Indonesia if you wish to translate. All right, for online participants, special for you, you may get C20 information pack by scanning the barcode on your screen. And host, maybe you could keep the picture for 10 seconds so people will have time to scan the barcode, please. Okay. We will show you the barcode and you can scan it and you may get the C20 information pack by scanning the barcode. All right, it is now, Excellencies, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my deep pleasure to welcome Mr. Airlangga Hartarto, the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver an opening remark. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Airlangga Hartarto.
Honorable Bapak Sugeng Bagio, Chair of C20 Indonesia, Honorable Chair of Indonesia G20 Engagement Group, member of C20 from G20 countries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to be present this morning before you, the members of Civil 20 from G20 countries, to deliver a remark at the kick-off Civil 20 ceremony and meeting, Listening to the World. C20 was born as a result of G20 Seoul Declaration 12 years ago, when the G20 leaders decided that governments need to engage with civil society organizations to achieve a stronger post-global financial crisis recovery. Ever since, C20 has become one of the notable engagement groups that continuously supplies ideas and solutions to the G20. As an engagement group, the C20 role is very vital in a world faced by triple challenges like today, namely health, digitalization, and climate change, plus instability of geopolitics within the region, including what happened in Europe right now. I do hope that C20 may focus on bringing innovation to benefit all. Indonesia presidency is committed to supporting and accepting inputs from the respective civil society groups on challenges that we are facing today. As in the end of the day, the success of our presidency is also as a result of contribution of all the delegates. For that matter, I welcome the priorities of C20 that will be supported by 7 working groups: vaccine access and global health, environment, climate justice and energy transition, SDGs, humanitarian, education, digitalization and civic space, gender equality, anti-corruption and taxation and sustainable finance. These main issues should be balanced with effort to bring in tangible outcome that people could gain the benefit. These issues shall not only important for us in Indonesia, but also for the global community as they represent the underlying foundation for stronger post-pandemic recovery. Essentially, those C20's priorities are correlated with the Indonesia G20 flagship agenda, which are strengthening the global health architecture, promoting digital-based economic transformations, and the third is the energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, this kick-off meeting selects sound and timely tagline, listening to the world. When you listen to the world, you will embrace inclusiveness. You will represent the unheard and underrepresented, and therefore you should advocate their voice and be concerned. In our approach, we call this collaboration. Without a collaboration, global economic recovery would have been uneven. Equal access to vaccine would have been costly. Without a collaboration, there will be no peace, development, and prosperity. This is the main reason why Indonesia selected the notion of recover together and recover stronger as Indonesian presidency theme, and Indonesia stands ready to lead the developed and emerging economies in taking the global recovery as a common goal. Colleagues, we hope that the light at the end of the pandemic is near. I am confident that Indonesia has a number of modalities to offer the world that is sense of optimism. Indonesia resilience resulting from continuous transformation, structural reform, and has put Indonesia to mark its growth above the global growth average. Indonesia also witnessing the second wave of digitalization with major improvements in investment in agriculture, edutech, health tech. Beyond digitalization, Indonesia is continuing to progress energy transitions to green economy. And again, in the era of sustainable principle, I am encouraged to deliver people-centered activities on more environmental friendly. We expect to deliver not only narrative outcomes, but also tangible and concrete outcomes. For that, I welcome the suggestion from C20 how we can go beyond the limit and try to provide new approach to support the world extraordinary situation. I would like to congratulate the C20 for kick-off meeting, and I look forward to receiving submission of ideas and contribution for global recovery. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Airlangga Hartarto, the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of Republic of Indonesia, for the key message you delivered through the remark. For now, I would like to invite Mr. Arifin Tasrif, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, who acts as the Mother Minister of C20 Indonesia, to deliver his warm remark. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Arifin Tasrif.
Excellencies, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Mr. Airlangga Hartarto, Ambassadors of G20 countries for Indonesia, Governor of Bali, Mr. Koster, Chair of C20, Mr. Sugeng Bahagia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to participate in the C20 Indonesia kickoff ceremony and meeting under the theme of listening to the world. My deepest appreciation to the Civil 20 as one of the engagement groups in G20 2022 who have committed to the success of Indonesia's G20 presidency by upholding the principles of solidarity and inclusiveness. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on 10th of February 2020, the G20 Energy Transition has officially launched by the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment on behalf of the President of the Republic of Indonesia. The theme of the G20 Energy Transition is Energy Transitions Towards Sustainable Recovery and Productivity, Strengthen Global Cleaner Energy Systems and Just Transitions, focusing on three priority issues, namely securing energy accessibility, smart and clean energy technologies, and advancing energy financing. There will be 5 meetings concerning the G20 energy transitions, consists of 3 energy transitions working group meetings, energy transition ministerial meetings, and the G20 summit. Through these activities, we aim to reach agreement on the ministerial communique on a global deal to accelerate energy transitions as a lighthouse deliverable or the main document of the energy transition pillar. To support the achievement of ministerial communique agreement, 19 events will also be held outside the ATWG and the ETMM G20 agendas in collaboration with international organizations. C20 will be one of the side events of the ETWG. Therefore, energy transition is also one of the 7 working groups under C20 that will focus on several priority issues such as, first, ensuring mitigation, adaptation, inclusive climate change, energy access, and gender for vulnerable communities, elderly, youth, women, disabled people, and indigenous people, and countries prone to climate disasters. Second, fostering harmony in the recovery of the green economy in advancing climate resiliency and mitigating climate change. The third, increasing the carbon price as an opportunity to accelerate the achievement of the net zero emission target. Fourth, accelerating the transition from fossil-based energy sources or coal to renewable energy through inclusive, decentralized, measurable, and equitable. And the fifth, accelerating the protection and restoration of vital ecosystems for building climate adaptation measures. Indonesia is committed to transition its current development pathway towards low carbon and climate resilience in a phased approach to achieve emission reduction target by 29% in 2030. Most of the reduction from energy sectors comes from renewable energy development. Thus, the government target to achieve 23% new and renewable energy share by 2025 through implementing 3.6 gigawatt of rooftop solar PV, development of 10.6 gigawatt renewable energy power plant, and biofuel utilizations about 11.6 million kiloliter. Besides, we also continue to implement policy reform that could accelerate new and renewable energy development, such as presidential regulation on renewable energy tariff, which will be issued soon, as well as fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. In addition to that, to support climate change mitigation, the Indonesian government also planning on early retirement of coal-fired power plants and carbon economic value or carbon pricing. Based on new net zero emission scenario on energy sector, it is projected that emission will be more than 400 million tons of CO2 coming from demand side emission, particularly from industrial and transportation sectors. The main strategies that will be carried out to achieve net zero emission by 2060 are on the supply side, among others through massive renewable energy development, focusing on solar, hydro, and geothermal, as well as hydrogen. Gradual retirement of coal-fired power plant, as I previously mentioned, and the use of low-emission technologies such as CCS, CCUS technology, as well as develop a supergrid to enhance connectivity. While on the demand side is through the utilization of electric stoves and battery electric vehicles, as well as the application of energy management. The pathway to carbon neutral could be challenging given today's global situation, and therefore we need to work in concerted efforts among the government, private sectors, and also civil society organizations to address the challenges and tap the potential and capabilities that we have. It is my profound hope that C20 could be as a liaison between civil society and policymakers in the G20, so that voices from various societies can be conveyed more effectively. I'm looking forward to the Environment, Climate Justice, and Energy Transition, or ECE, working group under C20 could encourage leaders to take more decisive policies and actions in addressing the impacts of climate change through energy transition, carbon tax implementation, green economy recovery, inclusive climate mitigation and adaptation, protection and preservation of natural ecosystems. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Arifin Tasrif, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, for the very enlightening remark and also a comprehensive background related to energy transitions. And now, as the C20 kickoff meeting and ceremony begin, please allow me to invite Mr. Sugeng Bahagijo, the Chair of C20 Indonesia, to deliver his warm remark. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Sugeng Bahagijo.
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to all participants, both in person here in Bali and also via online. The Honorable Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Mr. Airlangga Hartarto, the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Arifin Tasrif, the Honorable Presidential Chief of Staff, Mr. Muldoko, in this occasion represented by Mr. Abednego Tarigan, and the Honorable Governor of Bali, Mr. Wayan Koster. Distinguished participant and C20 Kick-Off Meeting Committee, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera, salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greeting to all. Praise be to God Almighty for giving us the good health and opportunity to attend C20 kickoff meeting safely and peacefully here in Nusa Dua, Bali, Indonesia. Let me start by taking the opportunity to invite you to bow your head for a moment of silence to pray for the people of Ukraine and Russia. May the violence and war stop soon and let peace prevail. May we all live in peace and dignity. Let's now observe a minute of silence. Thank you very much. Tomorrow on March 8th, we will also mark and celebrate the International Women's Day. It therefore seems only fitting if we, the CSO in the C20, urge the G20 to actively work toward addressing gender inequality, promoting a more equitable socioeconomic system, and ending discrimination and violence against women, where every individual can live a life of dignity. We have taken note of the many expectations and demands on the G20 from global CSO, which G20 must discuss and act upon. The four most glaring issues today are: first, universal access to vaccine, because too many citizens and women in many low-income countries is not getting vaccine and medical supplies. Second, debt relief for poor countries. G20 need to open more flexible and generous debt relief scheme and program. The third, a reduction in remittance costs to help migrant workers as well as low middle income countries. And fourth, climate change and energy transition. We also understand that Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine has caused a shift in attention and resources of the international community, especially the G20. Instead of G20 solving the problems through multilateral cooperation, efforts are now shifting to the global urgency of ending the war and mobilizing aid to the refugees. In view of this, Indonesian G20 presidency will become 2 or 3 times more difficult. The same applies to C20. It will become harder to focus and to reach a mutual agreement. It will become increasingly difficult to focus on the development needs and interests of poor countries, on climate change, and many more. But we remain optimists. We should continue our work. We should continue our doing good for others. We should continue our doing good for the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, C20 is one of G20 official engagement groups. The kick-off meetings marks the start of Indonesia's CSO work in contributing to the G20 processes and meetings under the leadership of Indonesian government. The 3-day kick-off meeting will be using hybrid format where participants attend in person and online. The 3-day event will consist of 5 major sessions. The first is presentation of the C20 structure and committee. The second is presentation of C20 priority issue and work plan. The third is responses, input, and feedback from all participants, including international participants and others. The fourth is side event on March 9, organized by C20 working groups. According to the latest data by the committee, more than 400 participants and delegates have registered, both in person and online. Ladies and gentlemen, the C20 kickoff meeting in Indonesia is open to all CSO. The C20 website is already available, where we can all keep track and participate, even doing it remotely or virtually. I invite all CSO across the globe to participate and join us, including especially my colleague from Africa and Asia Pacific. Kickoff meeting is our statement of commitment. Our commitment that we will work in participative and inclusive ways. Our commitment to facilitate the voice of all CSO. Through the kickoff meeting, we will get to know the working groups, the issue raised, and their activities. We'll begin to build discussion, network, and collaboration to make sure that CSO voices are heard and heeded. We have a time between March and November to prepare a concrete policy proposal for the G20 forums and to engage and influence the G20 processes. Finally, let me express my personal and on behalf of C20 sincere thank you for all your time and attendance. We look forward to your feedback and suggestions for working together and to make G20 a more inclusive and responsive processes. May we all be blessed with good health and happiness. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Sugeng Bahagijo, for your warm remarks. To proceed to the next session, I would like to ask you to stay, and I would like to invite Mr. Maftuhan, C20 Sherpa, Mrs. Herni Ramdlaningrum, C20 Co-Chair, Mr. Arianto Nugroho, C20 Co-Chair, and Mrs. Rahmi Hertanti, C20 Head of Secretariat, to please come forward to the stage to begin the launching ceremony. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like also to inform you that in just a few minutes we will have a very special performance from the Sekeha Tari Janggar Kolok Dance Group from Bengkala Village, Bali. The group focuses on training and supporting dancers with disabilities. They aim to break the stigma about people with disabilities and empower them to perform in various events. But before that, it is now our pleasure to introduce to you all about C20 Indonesia, which is now more than ready to fight for inclusive global policies by the people and for the people. Leaders, on my mark, please press the button on the podium to start. In 3, 2, 1.
The world is facing an unprecedented time where society, the government, and corporations need to move at the same pace and at the same time. Collaboration in breaking the barrier collectively is needed so everyone can recover together and stronger. The Civil 20 represents the voices that are at the heart of every policy made by the people in power. These voices are essential to all the lives on this planet. Voices on the well-being of migrant workers and vulnerable groups, on access of global health and vaccines, on women empowerment and equality, to the issue of the environment sustainability. These will be fought for through 7 working groups: vaccine access and global health, gender equality, environment, climate justice and energy transition, taxation and sustainable finance, SDGs and humanitarian, education, digitalization and civic space, and anti-corruption.
So COVID disrupted the school systems across the Pacific in every capacity. So even at university level, our biggest university, the University of the South Pacific, wasn't able to help their students stay in contact and finish their units and their courses.
We need a lot of vaccines to come. For instance, since December, we ran out of stock of AstraZeneca. So there are many people who maybe took first jab and they are waiting to take the second jab.
Yang wira swasta ya, yang utama sekali yang paling dirasanya ekonomi. Kita nggak bisa kadang-kadang kalau kayak kaki 5 kita dagang begini, waktu kita dibatasin. Prokes ya wajib lah kita kondisi lagi begini kan. Itu aja kalau dampaknya gitu.
Si banyak paradigma bahwa kami itu adalah orang-orang yang dikutuk, orang-orang yang menularkan suatu penyakit.
Recently, the Japanese government is promoting gender equality, but the progress is slower than planned. The gender gap in Japan is the largest among OECD countries. The youth are not happy living with conventional gender stereotypes.
These are the actual challenges that we need to address together. The voices, ideas, innovations, and solidarity of the society are key to a change at scale. The Civil 20 brings these voices to the table of dialogue with the government and the people who are accountable for the change.
I think that what governments can do, especially the government in Fiji, is allocate more funds for education. So we need more teachers and we need more support for teachers.
The government has to procure more vaccines to support the citizens or engage more development partners who will support us so that we get more vaccines in the country.
Pemda pemerintah pusat buat menekal lapangan kerja yang nggak berbelit-belit persyaratannya, terutama kayak yang tamatan SMP, mereka cuman punya ijazah SMP buat bersaing. Ini kan susah gitu.
Tolonglah hadir di tengah-tengah penyandang disabilitas. Perhatikan untuk dari sisi kehidupan kami ini, terutama dari sisi ekonomi. Lakukan pemberdayaan yang bersentuhan langsung seperti wirausaha, karena sesadar-sadarnya bahwa penyandang disabilitas itu tidak semua memiliki latar belakang pendidikan yang baik.
Thanks to the civil society, we have seen some improvement, but there is still so much more to do. We, the youth, are striving for a Japanese society that respects individual people and their choices.
This is the time for us to work together and tackle challenges with the people and for the people, collaborating hand in hand so we can give everyone the opportunity to not just survive, but also to thrive. Breaking the barrier of borders, ideologies, and beliefs, ensuring that no one will ever be left behind. It is time to move together to recover stronger. We're here to make your voices matter. We're here to make sure that you are heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sekeha Tari Janger Kolok Dance Group. Please give it up once again for the Sekehari Jengger Kolak Dance Group and all civil society all around the world. You may stand up and give a standing ovation for the people, civil societies all around the world. Participants from Zoom, digital applause is appreciated. Please turn on your camera and give each other spirit to keep going this full year G20 process. All right, very appreciated, all the standing ovation. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are moving on to the next session. The Global Challenge and Opportunities Overview from CSOs. The analysis is really important on how civil society sees the current crisis, not only on the pandemic, but also on the humanitarian crisis. This year, the G20 leaders will put once again the post-pandemic global recovery as their main agenda. Therefore, we need to refresh our mindset to see the current global challenge, to implement an inclusive and solidarity action, not only on the issue of pandemic and global health, but also on the climate and economic justice agenda. Therefore, I would like to invite Dr. Derehe Alemayehu, the Executive Coordinator of Global Alliance for Tax Justice, to deliver his notes on the global challenge and opportunities overview from CSOs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Derehe Alemayehu.
Thank you very much for this opportunity and for inviting me to give this short remarks. I'm sorry to say from the outset, we and I personally am very critical about the G20 as an institution. It's not in any way to minimize the significance of what the C20 group is doing. It is just a matter of principle. There are two reasons why we are critical of the C20. The first reason is, as you know, the United Nations is the only organization in the world, the only institution in the world, in which all countries, all nation states are members on an equality basis. So anything that would take away responsibilities, legitimacy from the United Nations system is not good for the world. There are a lot of efforts now to marginalize the United Nations and to take decision centers from there to elsewhere. So this is one of the reasons why we are critical of the G20 as an institution. Secondly, the G20, as you know, is the creation of the G7, the wealthy northern countries. It is designed as an instrument to give a shade of legitimacy to the decisions the G7 want to make outside the UN on issues that affect the entire world. The non-OECD members of the G20 are not mandated to represent the other non-OECD members in their respective regions. The structural setup of the G20 does not allow the non-OECD members of the G20 to champion any issue or agenda that is not pushed or willed by the G7. However, they have the possibility and the power to say no to decisions and measures that are harmful in their respective regions. The G20 has no mandate and legitimacy to make or reform any international norm or regulations. And in this particular case, I want to give an example in which the G20 can do harm than good for developing countries by endorsing what the G7 asks them to do. You may remember that the G7 in London got together and they decided a tax deal which works for rich countries. This G7 decision was taken to the G20, and there were a lot of reservations expressed by, as you know, I participated in the meeting. The Argentinian finance minister was explicitly saying that the deal was bad for us, but maybe not agreeing to it can be worse. But at any rate, there were a lot of reservations, but the G20 endorsed it and sent it. So now there is a risk of it becoming a global standard. So it's not about negotiating, it's not about consultation, it is sometimes about taking decisions which have implications on the rest of the world. So that is why we are very critical about the G20 as an institution, and especially when it takes decisions that are harmful for developing countries. Just to continue with the example I chose, the G7 tax deal of the rich, and which was endorsed by the G20, now risks to be converted into a multilateral convention and might have a binding character on the rest of the world. This deal, which not only promotes the G7 interests, but will also be damaging to the short and long-term interests of the Global South. It transfers the share of tax revenue on global profits and additional taxing rights from developing countries to a few rich countries. Instead of addressing an inequitable tax system that has denied Global South countries their fair share of revenue for decades, it further enables the continued wealth transfer from the Global South to the North. The OECD virtually ignored important inputs and proposals publicly submitted to it by individual and group of countries from the Global South. For example, the proposal from the G24 at the early stage of the inclusive framework negotiations on fractional apportionment, as well as criticizing the design and parameter of the two-pillar approach. For example, the absurd split of MNC global profit into routine and residual was ignored. Even the very recent diluted proposal of the G20, for example, at least to raise the residual routine divide of 90 to 10 ratio was rejected. On the other hand, whereas the reservations and proposals from developing countries were routinely ignored, the agreement gives wide-ranging concessions and leaves several loopholes that benefit tax havens and conduit jurisdictions. The proposal in Pillar 2, for example, sets the minimum tax rate at 15%, much lower than the world average of 25 to 20%, thus giving impetus to raise to the minimum globally. What is more, it would give the great majority of new tax revenues from this measure to the OECD headquarters countries of multinationals, instead of the lower income countries that lose the highest share of their tax revenue due to the failures of the current rules. Whereas the agreement related to Pillar 1 would apply to only around 100 multinational enterprises and only to a small share of their profits, the binding provisions to prohibit unilateral measures to raise domestic revenue would apply to all multinational enterprises. for a reform process that is set out to deliver a solution that is as simple as possible, it has ended up adding more complexity, keeping largely intact the broken transfer pricing system from the 1920s, and will only lead to more disputes. This deal risks locking developing countries into an agreement that will harm their future interests without any short-term advantage. G20 members from the Global South should not be accomplices of the G7 governments, designed to trample on the taxing rights of developing countries and to forcefully expropriate tax revenue due to be paid in the Global South. We hope the G24 or other southern group in ECA will have learned that diluting their proposal to appease a biased OECD process will not lead to a fair compromise. Instead of upholding G7 tax interests, it is time for G20 Global South countries to show leadership in taking forward the long-standing proposal by G77 calling for an inclusive, transparent tax negotiation process at the UN. It is time to begin a principled negotiation process in the forum where all countries are represented. The inclusive framework excludes several developing countries. In addition, it includes UK overseas territories and crown dependencies that are separate jurisdictions in the OECD negotiations. The UN, where the UK gets only one seat. Crucially, in the UN, developing countries are organized in negotiating groups such as the G7 in China, group of over 130 developing countries, Africa group, Arab group, Asia Pacific group of Latin American and the Caribbean community, least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, small island developing countries. These groups have been built over decades of cooperation and invested limited resources in prioritizing international cooperation within the UN. Such negotiation groupings allow Global South countries to pool in their negotiation capacity and avoid the geopolitical difficulties of sticking their neck out as individual countries during negotiations fraught with power asymmetries. In contrast, the G20 countries are not allowed, in the OECD inclusive framework, countries are not allowed to negotiate in groups. The absurdity of a process of writing international law discouraging countries from cooperating aside, this is particularly problematic for Global South countries in a process led by a biased OECD secretariat in the OECD governance body, sitting on top of the inclusive framework. Most importantly, we need a negotiation process that is transparent so citizens can hold their respective governments accountable in ensuring that we have an international tax system that effectively taxes the rich and the wealthy. It is time for G20 Global South countries to reject the tax deal and uphold the G77 tax interest and not that of the G7. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Derehe Alemayehu, delivering his notes straight from France. Once again, thank you for the key message and for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are arriving at the session where C20 Indonesia will give you a closer look at the C20 strategic activities and priority issues. Without further ado, please give a round of applause to our moderators today, Rachel Arini and Anselmo Lee.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Rachel Arini from Wikimedia Foundations and part of the Education's Digitalizations and Civic Space Working Group. I'm here with my co-moderator, Professor Anselmo, who are not very foreign for us, and joining us from Seoul to guide you on these important sessions to discuss about the priority issues as well as timeline that we will have from now until October. So, Professor Anselmo, would you like to say hi to everyone in the room?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you, and also congratulations. My name is Anselmo Lee from Korea. I'm representing Asia Civil Society Partnership for Sustainable Development. I'm extremely happy to be with you today because the first C20 meeting took place more than 10 years ago, 2010 in Korea. That time I was a chair of the civil society dialogue like a Sugang. So I'm very happy to see the continuity of this transition. Thank you. So over to you.
Thank you, Anselmo. Okay, so without further ado, with the limitation of time, I would like to invite our speakers who will discuss about what is the C20 priority countries coming forward. We are discussing about global health, to digitalizations, anti-corruptions, to civic space. And now I would like to present Mr. Aha Maftuha from the Prakarsa to join me in this important stage. So let's give a round of applause. I know that we have a very limited time, but I also encourage colleagues who are joining us online to give any comments so that perhaps Guillermo, Anselmo, and Pak Aha Maftuha can respond after these sessions. And with that, I would like to give the floor to you, Pak, to brief us about what is our priority going forward as C20.
Thank you, Rachel. Greeting from Bali, especially for our colleagues in Zoom. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, CSO leaders across the world, colleagues and friends. Before I started, I would like to thank C20 presidency of Italy for the previous C20 presidency that led us many achievements. Allow me and my colleague Guillermina Alanis. She is advisory committee of C20 and Director of Global Advocacy and Policy of AIDS Healthcare Foundation to present the C20 in brief, the C20 structure, C20 umbrella issues, and priority issues, as well as the C20 agendas. First, I will start with introducing the C20 briefly. As we know, we are a platform of CSO around the world to bring forth the political dialogue with G20. So, our dialogues not only on technicalities issues, on substance issues, but also on political aspect. That is why we are part of global movement, civil society movement around the world. C20 is organized thematic working groups, with two coordinators in each working group. And the C20 also a process involve a wide variety of organization and network beyond the G20 countries, and it is structured around the C20 guiding principle. Secondly,
This year, under G20 Indonesia presidency, C20 is committed, highly committed to advocate evidence-based policy recommendation and reflects voices from across the world. So that's why our topic today is listening to the world. So our priority issues are founded upon urgent global calls on solving social economics matters that touch people's day-to-day life, not only the high rank issues, high-level issues, but how we bring G20 more down to earth. So our position is matter. So we are all together to make sure that our voices heard by the leader of G20. We actually already conduct several consultations nationally and as well internationally, Rachel. And we also hold some dialogue and carry out collaborative work with G20 Sherpa, G20 Working Group, G20 Engagement Group, and other key actors, provide us civil voices and aspiration in G20 Leader Summit. So the output of our meeting today until October is C20 policy packs and C20 communique that will containing the policy recommendation, and hopefully we can make sure that G20 leaders adopt our recommendation. The priority issues actually will more detail explained by our colleagues, Hui, and I will add some point regarding on our structure. The C20 structure is basically developed based on our following values. It is very important to make sure that we are on the same page, we are on the same spirit. One is gender equality. So we strongly commit to make sure that our structure gender equality, gender balance. The second is regional balance. We also involved with CSO from non-G20 member countries. The third is inclusive, which is not exclusively from CSO from G20 member countries, but also a CSO from non-G20 member countries. The fourth is democratic. As we know, we choose the structure based on our discussion. And constituency, and the sixth is a Troika system, which is the C20 mechanism, the G20 mechanism to continuity and sustainability of C20 process. The previous presidency, the current presidency, in the next presidency, which is our colleagues in India. So we must strengthen our cooperation and collaboration. The structure so far still waiting confirmation from some persons because some colleagues still need to discuss within their organization. So working group as well, we have 7 working groups so far. It is developed based on our survey among CSO in Indonesia and their network globally as well as the continuity of previous C20 presidency. So in principle, the working group are still a topic to discuss, which means the number is still open to addition or reduction. But frankly speaking, to be honest, to addition to reduction the number of working group will give the C20 secretariat more homework. So hopefully we all agree with the 7 priorities issues that we already have right now, and we can strengthen the substance, the recommendation that we can bring, we will bring together. So that is all from my side. Now I would like to invite my colleagues, Guillermina Alanis, to present the C20 working group more detail.
Yeah.
To Guillermina Alanis, time and floor is yours.
But
I think
maybe would be okay if we check the temperature in the room, so
Yep,
that
go ahead.
yeah, because it's an awesomely silent room, and I'm afraid that maybe people are feeling cold because of the AC and other. But as a civil society, we are a very vibrant and dynamic entities, right, Pak?
Yes,
So
indeed.
I want to ask everyone in the room. Can you tell us how many working groups do we have currently in C20? Anyone? 7. Thank you, Ibu. And also, I want to know if any of you have more than 2 WhatsApp group on C20. Please raise your hand. Because I know that we are having a lot of conversation daily, not only on substance, but also other processes, because as you said,
Yep.
democracy is one of our principles within C20, right?
Indeed.
And with that, I would like to again give the floor to Guillerma Alanis, the Director for Public Policy and Advocacy from the AIDS Health Foundations. Guillermina, time is yours. Guillermina, hi, can you hear us? Okay, so time is yours. It would be really amazing if you can share about the priority issues. Can you try to use your microphone?
Yes, I'm sorry. Good morning, good afternoon. Selamat pagi, selamat siang. I hope I said that right. Thank you for joining us at this meeting. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, clearly.
Great. I am very honored to speak at this C20 kickoff meeting. Thanks to all the speakers and the previous presentations, they're beautiful. Each year, the C20 divides in working groups and decides priority issues for each one of them. I will be presenting each working group for this year, some bullet points on the issues that they will be discussing, and also naming their coordinators. As Rachel said, we have 7 working groups this year, starting with the vaccine access and global health that will be focusing in inclusive global health architecture, expanding access to vaccines, medicines, and health products related to the COVID-19 pandemic, investment and financing cooperation to increase production capacity and distribution of the vaccines, medicines, and other health products. Also, Global Health Fund and Sustainable Health Services, and the involvement of civil society groups. This group will be coordinated by Agung Prakoso, Rachel Ong, Angela Taneja, Daniel Magari, and Shashasan Spiritia. Please forgive me if I don't pronounce your names correctly. I'm sure by October, I will know you all better and can say your name the right way. The second group is gender equality that will work on decent work and wage systems for women and men, ensuring equitable access to women and vulnerable groups to develop and strengthen the economy. Also on strong policies and laws, including mechanisms of prevention and protection against gender-based violence, and the fulfillment of the right to quality and affordable reproductive health by ensuring services and health personnel at the village level and remote areas, coordinated by Mike Verawati and Sasha Kabitson. Taxation and Sustainable Finance Working Group, integrating ESG's principles into sustainable finance practices, encouraging climate-based financial disclosure standards in a comparable and consistent manner. Develop an inclusive and participatory green taxonomy guide by adopting social safeguards and increasing access to funding for women MSMEs. Encourage reform of the taxation system by setting BEPS at 25%, handling transfer pricing practices through specific rules related to beneficial ownership, and building bilateral cooperation to encourage transparency and exchange of information, and also improve the regulations of e-commerce and digital taxes, as well as implementing a wealth tax as an instrument of equity. This group will be coordinated by Fiona Armistasari and Vidya Dinker. Our next working group is Environment, Climate Justice, and Energy Transition. They will work on ensuring gender and inclusive climate change mitigation, adaptation, and energy access towards vulnerable communities and countries prone to climate disasters, fostering the implementations of green economic recovery in advancing climate resilience and mitigating climate change. Carbon tax as opportunities to accelerate the achievement of net zero emission target, accelerating the transition from fossil-based energy sources towards renewable energy through inclusive, decentralized, measurable, and just manners, accelerating the protection and restoration of key vital ecosystems to build climate adaptation measures. The coordinators are Lisa Wishasani and Sungwoo Vivian Lee. The SDGs and Humanitarian Working Group, reducing remittance costs up to 3%, strengthening social security for vulnerable groups, GEDSI, including unpaid care workers, informal workers, and migrant workers. Investments to strengthen resilience through adequate, multi-year, and flexible humanitarian funding, and strengthening local capacity and leaderships. It will be coordinated by Shamsul Ardisian and Shotsna Mohan. The Education, Digitalization, and Civic Space Working Group will focus in education, in access to quality, inclusive and safe education, in inclusive and safe digital technology in education, in strengthening 21st century skills and educations for sustainable development to support young people to be work ready. In the digitalization area, health data governance, a human-centric cross-border data flows, human-centric digital ID systems, open and free knowledge, including open software and source codes, equitable internet access for all. In civic space area, protect and expand civic space, put an end to attacks, criminalization, and stigmatization of civil society actors, build and strengthen partnerships with civil society. And it will be coordinated by Imelda Usnadibrata and Parminder Jet Singh. Our last group that I will be presenting is the Anti-Corruption Working Group that will be combating money laundering and recovery of stolen assets, countering corruption in energy transition, transparency and integrity of corporations, beneficial ownership transparency, open contracting, coordinated by Dadang Trisasongo, Mayra Martini, and Blair Glencourse. In these 7 groups, many CSOs are going to debate, agree, and produce excellent policy packs to be presented to the G20 leaders and their own working groups, as has been stated before. Let's make our proposals a reality, engage with the decision makers, and together make the changes that our world and all humans needs. We have a great opportunity to change what we learn is not right, what needs to be strengthened, created, and implemented. We have all the working groups as the right place to go and debate and arrive to the conclusions. The theme of the kickoff meeting is listen to the world. So let's make our voice heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to Guillermina Alanis from C20 Advisory Committee and also Director of Global Advocacy Policy from AIDS Healthcare Foundations. Thank you so much for giving us a very useful overview of the working group as well as the substantive priorities. Before we close the sessions, I would like to give the floor back to Pak Maftuha to add more information. Do you want to?
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Guillermina. Just to give us the so-called umbrella issues of C20 2022. We have 4 main topics actually. First is just and inclusive global health architecture. So we demand the G20 countries not only provide vaccine access for all people around the world, 90% in the end of 2022, but we also demand how the world's reform the health architecture. It means how the developed country share their technology, share their knowledge to developing and less developed countries. The second is the inclusive and sustainable finance aligned with sustainable development goals and Paris Agreement. So the other alignment is how G20 also more flexible on providing humanitarian funding. As we know today, more common people, a lot of common people are suffering from war, from conflicts, from the pandemic of COVID-19. But the commitment from the developed countries to provide support funding for the common peoples still less and far from our expectation and from the commitment they already stated. The third is inclusive climate mitigation. It is very important for today. The inclusive climate change mitigation, adaptation, and energy access for vulnerable communities is very important because the transition to renewable energy should reflect the interests of common people. The fourth is inclusive, human rights-based, multi-stakeholder-based, and gender transformative perspective approach in digital transformation. Digital transformation means how we provides the rights of common people to connect, to disconnect, and to get technology more easy to access and to bring their works in the daily basis life. The like host deliverables, we will talk about fulfill comprehensive quality and affordability reproductive rights, and then we also demand to reduce remittance costs up to 3%, invest to strengthen resilience, and so on. So it is our umbrella issue, Rachel, and our colleagues.
Thank you, Pak.
And we can discuss more detail in the next round.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So without further ado, we need to close these sessions because the upcoming sessions will also provide us with interaction opportunity with other engagement group. I would like to again say thank you to Anselmo and also to Guillermina for joining us in this important session. Apologies for the time limitations, and I would like to give back to the MC. Thank you. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for moderators and also speakers to give us a picture of the priorities issues in C20. Now we are arriving at the session where C20 wants to hear insightful inputs and remarks from fellow engagement groups. Without further ado, I would like to pass this session to our moderators, Lisa Wijayani and Dadang Trisasongko. Please give a round of applause.
Hello everyone. Are you still on or are you sleepy now? We have heard the remarks from our guest speaker and also the presentation from the C20 Indonesia. I hope you are still tune in with us and also the participants who are joining us from Zoom. So we are going to listen the remarks and also the response from our engagement groups. I'm here with my colleagues, Pak Dadang.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all delegates. As you know, as previous sessions, the moderators in front of you is representing the two kind of generations, two kind of hair color.
I'm the younger one, and Pak
The new
Dadang
spirit.
is the most expert one.
And and we hope it is reflecting the continuity and sustainability of CSO movement.
Good words, Pak. Okay, before we start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Lisa Wijayani. I'm from the Institute for Essential Services Reform, or IESR. I'm also coordinator of the working group of ECE, Environment, Climate Justice, and Energy Transition. Pak Dadang, where are you from, Pak?
I'm from Publish What UP Indonesia and currently as a chair of anti-corruption working group of C20. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have 8 engagement groups who are already joining us from Zoom. I would like to start, as Pak Dadang mentioned, we are going to listen the response from our engagement groups towards our priority issues. So I would like to start by calling Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Chair of Business 20 or B20. Okay, so Bu Sinta will join us at the towards the end of the session. So perhaps I would like to call the next speaker from engagement group, which are the L20, Labor 20, Bapak Rekson Silaban. Pak Rekson, are you here with us, Pak? Okay, we still cannot hear you, Pak.
Yes.
Okay, so Pak, please, we are giving 5 minutes if you can limit your remarks. And yeah, you can start now, and then we'll go on to the next speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mbak. I will try 4.5 minutes, so to save the time. Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates. First of all, we congratulate C20 for inviting Labor 20 to address you on this important meeting. Speaking on behalf of Labor 20, we welcome C20 position paper that's described in 7 working groups. All the issues have close links with our 3 priorities issues in Labor 20. We are grateful to contribute to this meeting. While many important things I would like to comment, but due to the time constraint, I will pay particular attention to a couple of your 7 issues. First, about strengthening social security for vulnerable groups. International Trade Union Confederation, as my union KSBSI affiliated, has also called the establishment of the Global Fund for Social Protection to finance social protection floors in the world's lowest income countries, as proposed by UN General Secretary. We support this because it could help to bridge financing gaps for social protection for the world's poorest countries who lack sufficient fiscal space to build up social protection floor in the short term on their own resources. The fund could be financed through combination of debt relief, as you mentioned, ODA, allocation of special drawing rights or SDRs, and direct contribution aligned with the national plan. Second, our response to the action of a just transition toward a green economy and blue economy. We advocate that for official development assistance to be invested in creating decent and climate-friendly jobs, formalizing informal jobs, fostering equality and inclusion, and supporting social protection system. With this are the most cost-effective contribution to recovery and resilience. Union would like to see current military spending redirected to a new social contract, education, health, tackling climate change, and investing in the care economy, climate change mitigation, adaptation. As I quote from the International Trade Union General Secretary, Madam Sharon Borough, right-based recovery is non-negotiable. Decent work can only be ensured if government enforce human and labor rights and mandate corporate accountability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pak Rekson. I'm happy to hear you mention something related to our working group, as we discussed before. So for your information, dear participants, we have numerous discussions with engagement groups, and this is not our first time to have this kind of discussion with the engagement groups, especially Labor 20. So thank you, Pak Rekson. Before we start to call the next speaker, I would like to give information for the online participants that you may get the information from especially the information pack of the C20 by scanning the barcode on your screen. So you can see the barcode now on your screen. You may get the information pack online. Okay. Okay, so yeah, Pak Dadang.
Okay, thank you. The next, I would like to invite Professor Satrio Sumantri Brojonegoro as Chair of Science 20. Please welcome. Times and screen yours. Oke, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dadang. Excellencies, Honorable Chairman of C20, speakers, panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, Science 20 would like to congratulate Civil 20 for the kick-off meeting today. It's a very important milestone to achieve the targeted issue that will be agreed upon the summit of the Civil 20 later on in the year. Science 20 would like to support Civil 20, of course, in achieving the targeted priority issues through the collaboration. For your information, we are in Science 20. We have 4 or 5 priority issues. And one of them is what we call the guarantee that people are at the center. That's our 4 priority issue in Science 20. I think this is in line with the mission of the Civil 20. That is to have the people become the part or center of all the processes for the betterment of the humankind in the future. So in Science 20, maybe we can later on work together on this issue. In our issue regarding the people at the center, one of the items is a strong commitment from all nations, all segments to society, to individual level, to improve people's adaptation and mitigation abilities towards climate change and climate variability, as well as alleviating negative consequences on the planet's sustainability and people's prosperity and health. Second one is urgent need to understand diversity communities in taking action to approach them. Efforts to advance and strengthen people's capability to manage better their practices. In particular, avoiding any risk and hazards of climate change with interdisciplinary collaboration between different scientific endeavors and transdisciplinary engagement with various parties. Third one is people's inclusion and participation through a dialogic communication within a long-term educational commitment to build up new ways of learning and responses to climate change and climate variability. And last one, holistic understanding and identification of solutions on coping with the problems faced by humanity at large with multi, inter, and even transdisciplinary approaches. So with this, hope we will have a strong collaboration in achieving your targeted priority issue as well as Science 20 targeted priority issue. Thank you very much and good luck for all of us.
Thank you, Professor Satrio. Next, Lisa.
Actually, I want to comment that I think our collaboration with the Science 20 will be very useful because we need support in terms of developing our policy brief, ya Pak. Perhaps we can have more discussion in depth later on, Prof. Satrio. So thank you very much for sharing your remarks and response. Now I would like to call Bapak Yudi Ramdan Budiman as Deputy Coordinator of Sci20. Pak Yudi. Yeah. So time and screen are yours, Pak Yudi. We cannot hear you, Pak. Can you?
Okay, now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Respective participants from C20 College and all engagement group, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. a warm greeting to all of you from C20. Best wishes, health, and wellness to all of us. It is our distinct pleasure, honor, and privilege to greet you all at the C20 Indonesia Kickoff ceremony and meeting. On behalf of the Chairman of Audit Board of Republic Indonesia, we would like to take this opportunity to extend our gratitude for the invitation and opportunity to give remark this event. The unprecedented and rapid changes due to COVID-19 in the last 2 years have put strain on health, social, economic, budgetary issues, and across the world. The COVID-19 has united us all globally and regionally, and to restrain exclusiveness and support each other in way to battle the pandemic. Supreme Audit Institution 20 as new engagement group, one of the G20 engagement group under Indonesian presidency, is holding the principle of inclusiveness by which we welcome any form of collaboration with other engagement group, including C20. Given that C20 and C20 are sharing similar priority issue, it's beyond doubt the cooperation between two engagement groups will strengthen our contribution to the leaders of G20 in facing the hardship during the pandemic COVID-19. In this year, G20 presidency, we believe that multi-stakeholder engagement is needed to accelerate joint effort by creating an oversight ecosystem where all interconnected actors such as legislator, public official, and civil society organization and each have part to play. While C20 advocate on the provision on the solution to social economic matter that touch people day-to-day life, C20 could take a role as a partner of G20 government in ensuring transparency and accountability of public sector agency to provide such a solution to their program policy to make a difference to the life of citizens. In advocating the transparency and accountability of the funding of the government program and policy, C20 members have had a common understanding to focus on two priority issues, namely accelerating economic recovery and supporting the achievement of SDGs. We believe this two priority issue is greatly relevant for the concern of C20. Together with 7 working groups in C20, we believe we could ready to collaborate to be as a partner of G20 leader in addressing our cross-cutting priorities. In particular, C20 proposed to have further collaboration with C20 in strengthening the preparation of C20 deliverables during a senior official meeting and summit later this year. This, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all for us to say. We would like to express our appreciation to all engagement group in today's kickoff meeting, especially to the host, C20. Have a fruitful meeting and thank you. Good morning and good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Yudi. I think refer to his response. We have a lot of cross-cutting issue amongst engaged group, also engagement group. From the anti-corruption working group perspective, I think we have some related issue with Supreme Audit Institution, and we hope in the next month or the next 2 months we will have a bilateral meeting to like roadshow with the other engagement group.
So, Pak Dadang, you are best friend of C20, am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I want to ask audience here and also participants online, what is C20? We know L20, Labor 20. We know S20, Science 20. Does anyone know what is C20? We have mentioned actually, Pak Dadang has just mentioned what is C20. What Supreme Audit Institution, right?
Yes.
Benar, right, Pak Yudi? Is it correct? Okay, and Pak Dadang has just told me that C20 has just been established, like, is it last year or?
It is quite new. Yeah, it is.
Okay, so under this the G20 engagement groups, we have one new engagement group which is C20 and working collaboratively with the anti-corruption working group, right?
Thank you, Pak Yudi. And the next, we invite Ibu Riatu Kiptiah. She is Executive Chair of T20. T is the forum of think tank. Please welcome Ibu Riatu.
Bu Riatu.
Masih mute.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and greetings. Hello, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of T20, we would like to congratulate C20 for this kick-off meeting. And with the theme, of course, it is important in this current event, listening to the world. And learning from C20 thematic working groups, we share common priorities across our 9 task force that all aim ensuring an inclusive and sustainable development as a central path of global recovery. We thank you to C20 that have invited T20 in this meeting, and we hope this is a start for our collaboration. We welcome also C20 in our T20 process and especially in our task force level activities. We are hopeful through collaboration among us, we can complement through relearning from various insights and perspectives, including that come from evidence-based and research, which may lead to practical contribution to G20 and also the country members, and stay relevant to our various stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. You have any comment?
No comment, Pak. Well, I think we work closely with T20. That's all my comment. And thank you, Ibu Riatu, for delivering your remarks in this session.
Okay. The next.
Shall we continue? I think as we have 4 speakers, I would like to hear a round of applause from participants here. Thank you. Okay, so now the next one is Ibu Sri Haryati, Sherpa, U20 Jakarta. So please listen carefully. I would like to ask you later on what is U20. So Ibu Sri, the time and screen are yours, Bu.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Warm greeting from Jakarta. Honorable Chair of C20, distinguished colleagues from engagement groups, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first allow me to extend my gratitude to Civil 20 for organizing today's event. It is my high appreciation for his standing remarks on behalf of the Governor of Jakarta as co-chair of U20. Reflecting the theme, Recover Together, Recover Stronger of the G20 Indonesia Presidency, U20 will be focusing on the green and just recovery agenda to better address the immediate challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, while tackling the immediate and longer-term challenges of climate breakdown. By choosing a green and just recovery, U20 aims to secure a just transition to an inclusive economy for all citizens and remedy long-running environmental and social injustices for those affected by the climate crisis. Those living in the global south more generally, and the poorest and the most marginalized communities in our cities. Hence, the focus of U20 is aligned with the C20 principle of inclusive solidarity and evidence-based advocacy. In addition, Urban issues discussed under the U20 agenda are highly correlated with 7 key areas of C20. On this occasion, U20 would like to highlight the C20 key areas that advocate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is obvious that both pandemic and climate crisis pose a threat to our ability to meet the 17 SDGs targets within the remaining 8 years. The 17 SDGs attainment become increasingly critical in these circumstances, particularly ensuring access for the most vulnerable people. Cities and urban areas are home to most of the world's population and are the center of economic growth and innovation. This advantage comes with its challenge. Most people who are most impacted by COVID-19 pandemic also live in cities. The consequences are complex and occur in various ways and scales. It has significantly influenced every aspect of livelihood, such as the economy, productivity, and obviously people's welfare. It is crucial to recover from the pandemic and its aftermath. To give you an insight on how to address cross-cutting urban challenges using the SDGs perspective, this year, cycle of U20 raises the topic of post-pandemic cities are followed. Sustainable and inclusive recovery topic is coherent with the attainment of all 17 SDGs targets. Productive and affordable housing topic is targeted at the attainment of SDG 1 on no poverty and SDG 10 on reduced inequalities. The future of work topic is aimed at the achievement of SDG 8 on decent work on economic growth. Transition to renewable energy topic is looking at the accomplishment of SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy. Sustainable mobility topic is proposed at reaching the target of SDG 11 on sustainable cities and communities, and SDG 13 on climate action. Mental health and pandemic resilience topic is envisioned to support the fulfillment of SDG 3 on good health and well-being. Let me conclude. U20 emphasized that the future of cities lies not solely in the hand of local government. Collaborative governance is as important as identifying technical solutions. Thus, U20 calls on more collaboration initiative with national, subnational, international institutions, as well as stakeholders, especially civil society organizations, to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs targets and to optimize multi-stakeholder collaboration. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. Can I ask one question, Ibu?
Yes.
Sorry. The member of this engagement group is always the head of the city or provincial level, head of district or other?
IOM governor. For Urban 20, it's a platform for cities, sir. Platform. And Jakarta already be the member of Urban 20 since 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ibu. The next.
So I don't have to ask what is U20 ya Pak?
Yeah.
I guess everyone knows what is U20 and it has been established in 2017. When was it established, Bu, for this U20?
2018.
2018.
Actually, 2018.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. It is not exam, Ibu.
And actually, you have to prepare the gift. If the participant is answer the question.
Oh, okay. Keep the gift, Bu. If we have time, we can ask questions to participants, and then we can give the present later. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, Ibu. Next one.
The next one, I call it. It is like the heart of the engagement group. It is about the value, V20. We invite Mr. Septian Waluyan, Task Force Management Lead of V20. Please, time and screen for you.
Yes, thank you, Pak Dadang. So greeting to everyone in Indonesia and in the world, just of C20, C20 working group members and committee, fellow engagement group, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you C20, Bu Lisa and Pak Dadang for the invitation for V20 today to say hello and to speak in front of you today. My name is Septian. I'm a task force management lead for Values 20. For those of you who never heard before, we are also quite new, V20 or Values 20. So I'm representing V20 chairs today for the address and remarks. First of all, we'd like to congratulate for the C20 kickoff meeting today with the amazing theme of listening to the world. With 7 working groups just now, we heard from vaccine access and global health to anti-corruptions. C20 goals are really aligned with Indonesia's C20 presidency to carry the spirit of solidarity and inclusiveness. We believe that this will help positioning Indonesia to listen to global aspirations and to contribute in the policy-making process in the G20. Moreover, we really support and believe the importance of C20 role in representing the civil society, such as anti-corruption and education, in which our network, Pak Dadang and Bu Lisa, we are friends from SPAK atau Saya Perempuan Anti Korupsi Movement, and also the Yayasan Cahaya Guru are in C20. So we hope for more close collaboration. Next, as mentioned by President Jokowi on his speech during the second G20 summit, Jokowi emphasized the theme of building inclusive, sustainable and resilient future, that Indonesia wanted to build a more inclusive, sustainable and resilient economy. So in line with this theme, now is the momentum to raise an evidence-based and human-centered policy solution that contribute to overcoming global challenges. So that's what we are doing. This has been the mission of Values 20 since 2020, when we began our first summit in Saudi with the theme of values. So the third one today that we are having in Indonesia, Bapak Ibu sekalian, this year with the main theme of values at the center. So that is our global community has produced and will continue to work on and to produce high impact policy and recommendations for consideration and implementation by the G20 head of states. So this time we are going to use the sustainable framework, or EWS, that is Nature, Economy, Wellbeing, Society, this year in our effort to formulate the recommended policies this year. Above all, this time V20 would like to touch the core of G20 as well, to take more active part with the hope of imparting of the importance of values among the policymakers of G20. We'd like to expect and would like to collaborate more with G20 and other engagement groups on how we will prioritize global strategic issues through, of course, concrete and calculated measures that address the issues at hand in order to achieve more inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Last but not least, congrats once again for C20 for the kickoff meeting and hope for smooth and safe events there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Septian. Next.
I know because it's U20 ya Pak. Yeah. So you allow me to call my colleague from the U20, Ibu Rahayu Saraswati, the co-chair of U20. Are you here with us? Hello. Hello, Bu Rahayu. Okay. Yes. So. I would like to congratulate you for the launch of the U20, I think in February. And yeah, so please share your remark and your response towards our priority issues. And we have 5 minutes for you. Are you still with us, Bu Rahayu?
Sinyal sepertinya ya.
Okay.
Problem with connection.
Connection is lost. Should we go on to the next?
Yes, I think we move to Ibu.
Yes, sorry. I think there was a bit of delay or a problem with the Wi-Fi. All right, sorry. Probably either my Wi-Fi or yours, either one. But thank you so much for the time. Your Excellencies, Ministers of the Republic of Indonesia and Ambassadors of the G20 countries, co-Sherpas of the G20 Indonesia 2022, chairs and co-chairs of engagement groups and working groups G20 Indonesia 2022, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Sukihotu. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from Indonesia. First, congratulations as well to C20 for your kickoff meeting, starting off strong. And thank you for to speak today. I am Rahayu Saraswati, co-chair of the Y20 or Youth of 20 Indonesia 2022. Since time is limited, let me relay our appreciation for the theme you have chosen for today's event, Listening to the World. Over several events held by various engagement groups of the G20, it appears there is a similar strand of concern, at least in my opinion, and that is the ability for engagement groups to remain and maintain their independence and also to influence the G20 leadership and therefore the world through our voices. C20's theme is very much relevant to this. How much of our voices will influence and be listened to by the G20 leadership, and this reflected in the leadership declaration. The Y20 this year has 3 legacy issues among our priority areas: youth employment, digital transformation, and sustainable and livable planet. Over the years, since 2010, at the G20 Youth Summit in Canada, the delegates of the Y20, representing the voices of the youth from some of the most powerful countries in the world, have voiced out and echoed the youth aspiration in these priority areas. President Joko Widodo, as leader of the G20 Indonesia presidency, has asked all engagement groups and working groups to produce deliverable and calculatable outcomes. But as representatives of the civil societies and private sectors, this is very much in the hands of the presidency and the leaderships on whether or not our voices can be respected, listened to, and included within the leadership declaration and implemented in the future. Our last priority area is diversity and inclusion. And as you can see, there are many cross-cutting issues in line with the 7 working groups of C20, namely, but not limited to, environment, climate justice and energy transition, development, SDGs and humanitarian, education, digitalization and civic space, gender equality, and taxation and sustainable finance. We believe that as engagement groups and as representatives of the people in the civil societies and private sectors, it is imperative that we communicate and coordinate in order to ensure we represent a united front for the interest of the people. As C20 has said, by the people, for the people. With this year's theme, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, I think it is imperative we ensure that nobody is left behind and we represent and listen to the least, the last, and the lost. Congratulations once again and all the best for C20. We look forward to our communication and coordination in the coming days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ibu Rahayu. So I've heard that I think you mentioned almost all working groups under C20 actually align with the priority issues or the work of U20, right? So I hope there will be a close cooperation among us in the future, as well as other engagement groups, of course. So we have one more speaker.
Yeah. I would like to invite Ibu Sinta Wijaya, Chair of B20 Business. Please, Ibu.
Ibu Sinta Wijaya Kamdani. Halo, Ibu.
Silakan.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to join the kickoff ceremony of C20. Distinguished members of the C20 community, G20 Sherpa, all G20 engagement group representatives. First, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations on behalf of G20 Indonesia as the chair of C20 for its outstanding efforts in supporting the G20 Indonesia presidency. A special gratitude to the chair of C20 Indonesia, Bapak Sugeng Larjo, and Bapak Ahmad Tuskan, Sherpa C20 Indonesia, all co-chairs and Sous-Sherpa of C20 Indonesia. As we all value inclusiveness, the voices of civil society will add the policy relevance of G20 Indonesia decision. The working areas that both engagement group, G20 and C20, have a very much intertwined, and that means we can work together. We have the same spirit in making G20 Indonesia a success, and thus I'm happy to discuss further with C20 on things we can work together on. G20 Indonesia promotes a theme, advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. Similarly, with C20 Business Group have demands and aspiration to be conveyed to our G20 leaders. It is truly an honor for Indonesia to make a tangible contribution to resolve the crisis stemming from the pandemic, improving collaboration and stimulating global investment flows. This year, B20 Indonesia welcomed 2,000 members, 37% of whom are female leaders. B20 aims to provide recommendations about required policy changes and to execute private sector-led transformation that will enable the G20 economies to recover and to be more resilient, more inclusive, and more sustainable in embracing the new normal. The B20 operates through 6 task forces and 1 action council, each chaired by leading Indonesia CEOs, addressing strategic topics of the global economic agenda. Priorities include trade and investment, energy sustainability and climate, digitalization, finance and infrastructure, future of work and education, integrity and compliance, women in business action council. Most of them are aligned with the C20 working group, such as environment, climate justice, and energy transition, SDG and humanitarian, education, digitalization, and civic space, gender equality, and anti-corruption. In many cases, effective and innovative policy decision requires synergy between government bodies, academicians, business actors, and civil societies. The presence of quadruple helix is more functional as it encompasses a different set of knowledge, resources, and expertise. From the pandemic, the world sees a 7% GDP loss, and more than 115 million people have been pushed into poverty since 2020. All countries are demanded to revive its economic health and improve the global health architecture together by facilitating effective cross-border cooperation and expertise. In my sense, actually, one real instance that taught us the necessity of enhancing more collaboration among these actors is the COVID-19 pandemic. Government measures in mitigating the health crisis will not be effectively conducted without scientific-based support and research made by academic sector and massive investment in health tools and vaccine by business actors. In addition, the awareness and comprehension of the COVID risks and how to carefully address the socio-economic impacts of it is highly supported by the work of civil society around the world. Despite the progress made by all of us, such as COVID-19 vaccine development and its massive rollout, the battle to recover is far from over as the global recovery remains uneven. We are still in the middle of a pandemic. However, we are moving towards a recovered world. I'm delighted to observe a greater collaboration of B20 and C20 Indonesia. Let's keep critical yet supportive so that G20 will not be just a talking platform, but a room for us to provide sustainable legacies. With the actionable result of G20 Indonesia, hopefully the disruption caused by COVID-19 present opportunities for us to recover stronger than before. Thank you for your attention and congratulate once again for the commencement of C20 Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Sinta Widaya Sukamdani. Once again, we note that a lot of important messages from Ibu Sinta, and it is like call for us to establish, to develop the strong collaboration among the engagement groups. So you have a quiz for the
Actually, Ibu Sri from Urban 20. Ibu Sri, are you still with us? You mentioned about present or gift, as you have question that you can raise to audience perhaps here or online. Ibu Sri.
You still there, Ibu?
Oh, we lost the gift part.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe at the next session we can have quiz. So as Ibu Sri is no longer here, I think we should close the session.
Yep.
So thank you everyone for listening to us and the speakers from the engagement groups. As Pak Dadang also mentioned that we hope that it will give us insights, and in the future we can have much closer collaboration with the engagement groups. So thank you once again, and I hope you can still enjoying our sessions, as we still have more sessions after this.
Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, moderators. And thank you for the speakers from engagement groups for the insightful and important message. Hopefully, the collaboration between engagement groups is kept going and getting better. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now arriving at the final session. I would like to invite Mr. Abednego Pancaputra Tarigan, MSI, Deputy Chief of Staff for Human Development Affairs to the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Ricardo Moro, C20, Italy Sherpa or C20 Troika from Italy, and Mr. Harsh Jaitley, C20 Troika from India, to give their closing remarks. For the first turn, the time is yours, Mr. Abednego Pancaputra Tarigan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, good morning, good evening, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the President Chief of Staff, Dr. Muldoko, allow me to say thank you having us today. Mr. Muldoko sends his regards and looks forward to meeting with you in another occasion. It's my pleasure to be here, witnessing how civil society organizations come together to solve the most pressing issue facing humanity today. With so much at stake, do not be only the pandemic, but also climate crisis, deepen inequality, and also increasing the global tension on security. It's become more important now than ever how to combine forces and works towards a resilient future. The C20 is a testament for the G20's commitment, garnering aspirations and inspiration from civil society organizations, domestic and abroad. As you already displayed today, how civil society play a crucial role in providing expertise, becoming a watchdog, ensuring the equitable development where is no one left behind. It is impossible for the G20 forum to be responsive and inclusive without the voice of civil society. Your contribution to the C20 platform is crucial to the whole G20 deliberations and agenda setting process. We believe that your ideas, solutions, evidence-based recommendations will be valuable not only to Indonesia, but also other developing countries and non-G20 member states. C20's priority issue and working groups as well align with Indonesia's development agenda and reflect the latest highlights in the global policy discourse. We echo C20 call for equitable and universal access to vaccine so as to ensure that all countries, including low-income ones, can achieve above 50 to 60% of vaccination rate. We share C20 belief that the most vulnerable groups, such as informal and unpaid care workers, as well as the people with disability, should be protected by the appropriate and adequate social protections. We also support C20 to advocate the lowering of the migrant workers' remittance costs. Furthermore, we acknowledge that C20 call for prudent climate change mitigations and adaptations measured towards achieving the climate justice. In alignment to this, President Joko Widodo has instructed to our state-owned electricity and oil gas company to accelerate the energy transition from fossil to renewable energy. Distinguished delegates, I have seen a lot of examples whereas the government works more effectively when supported by civil society. In handling COVID-19, for instance, we had tens of thousands of volunteers who lend their time, energy, and resources to support the government pandemic response programs. We had a countless discussion with the civil society, organization, and academia to design the public health policy. We received sizable donations from domestic and international charities that help alleviate the impact of the pandemic and the most vulnerable. Safe to say that we are in a much better position today due to the continuous support from civil society. Your role is integral to our work as supporter, as a challenger, as a tough partners, to provide check and balance and to ensure that we are work progressively towards fair, inclusive, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, President Joko Widodo and the government of Indonesia fully support active role of civil society organization in G20. We hope that the C20 can continue to become the voice of the people and to champion their aspiration throughout the G20 deliberation process. As you have perfectly identified, C20 play a crucial role becoming the ears and the mouth of the people of the world in these trying times. We believe that you will continue work collaboratively amongst yourself and with other G20 stakeholders in order to reach our common goals. I thank you for your kind attention and wish you fruitful discussion in the coming months. Let's recover together, recover stronger. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you, Mr. Abednego Pancaputra Tarigan, Deputy Chief of Staff for Human Development Affairs to the President of the Republic of Indonesia for the closing message. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Ricardo Moro, C20 Italy Sherpa or C20 Troika from Italy to deliver his closing remarks. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome everybody. I'm very happy to pass the baton to Indonesian friends for the presidency of the C20, even only virtually, due to the pandemic and the war. And this helps me in speaking about the first of the 4 points that I want to share with you. First, pandemic and war. We are living in a situation of emergency that shows us how much we need multilateralism, how much we need the system of United Nations to be strong and active. So the first point is to repeat again that the role, what we want from the G20 is to be active, strengthening the UN system, not providing an alternative framework. Second, the need for a global agenda to fight inequalities, to fight, to be effective in the distribution of vaccine, in distributing and sharing the burden of taxes, of financing, etc., tells us that the agenda we want is not based on power, but it's based on sharing. And this is the second point related to the role of the C20. Last year, we insisted on the idea that the world we want is built sharing our vulnerabilities, not sharing our powers. We want to build a world that is home for all, starting from the most vulnerable, starting from the weakest. And this is the real meaning of human rights. And this is also the reason why we are, as Dereja said before, often uncomfortable with the G20, that so many times shows its power. It's not power what we want. We want sharing our opportunities together. So the third point, speaking about the C20, is related to two attention that I think that we have to keep in mind during this year and ever. The first one is the growing danger provided by two situations that are poison in our lives. The first is the growth of violence. The violence that leads to nationalism, that is undermining multilateralism, that is leading to war. And we are facing the danger of war in Europe in this moment, but there are a lot of other conflicts in Yemen, and we can mention a lot of others that are still active all over the world. The second one is an evolution or a development of the digitalization processes without rules. Digitalization, Mafto said that before, is changing our roles and our powers, is creating new monopolies, is feeding and fueling again violence. Let's think about fake rules. Let's think about how disinformation is poisoning the truth about what is happening in Ukraine in this moment. So the second attention for C20 is to maintain and to use this bottom-up approach that is one of the fundamental feature of our constituency, thanks to the richness of civil society, the richness of the constituency of the civil 20. And this leads me to the fourth point, that is that as civil society, representing so different and wide realities, but as citizens, as people, we are, and let me speak as a European in this moment, facing the danger of a war that can explode, involving not only our region, of course, we are scared, as all the victims of violence are scared. Women victim of violence, people, citizen victim of violence in the other theater of conflict beyond region. But I think that I can say on behalf of everybody, and in this case, not speaking about only Europe, but about all civil society, we won't be silent. We will never tire. Violent people can kill us and can kill our friends, as it happened so many times for militants, for indigenous people, for Ukrainian people. But even if violent people can kill us and kill our friends, many more people will raise their voices. Speaking of human rights, speaking of solidarity, speaking of peace, we will never be tired of speaking of peace. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ricardo Moro from Italy. Lastly, please allow me to invite Mr. Harsh Jaitley, C20 Troika from India, the next G20 presidency, to deliver his closing remark. The time is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate the civil society of Indonesia, the government of Indonesia, and the citizens of Indonesia for the presidency of C20, G20. And we are also very sorry that we are not able to physically present there in Bali or Indonesia to express our solidarity and contribute in a physical way. But definitely we are there with you always. As you know that civil society or C20 it believes that C20 is not only for the country, only 20 countries, but it is a more inclusive component, more inclusive processes where global civil society participates, shares, learns, and creates synergy among ourselves. We discuss our innovations, we discuss our achievements, and we discuss our challenges. As my earlier speaker said, this last few years have been very challenging for civil society, for the governments, and for everyone. I think the mission of this C20 in Indonesia is also to recover together, to be safe. I think that will be a very interesting thing. In India, yes, definitely, gradually, if you see all my colleagues and Selmos and all must have seen that every year the bar of C20 is going higher, and God bless C20 so that we are able to have much better contribution in the good life of global people. So therefore, I would like to say that India has already started its preparation. The government of India has formed a special cell, or you can call it a secretariat, to organize G20 in India next year. And Vani has also started discussing, negotiating, working on these issues, and also with government of India. And we look that, and we hope that the baton which we'll get by the year end from Indonesian civil society will take it forward and continue this whole movement of collectivization with each other. And also, you know, C20 is, or you can call it a G20, is another opportunity where various interest groups work together to create energy across the thematic areas, across the constituencies, and look towards the global, empowerment. And let's hope we will work together, and we'll be there definitely some point of time during this year to be physically present and help and work and show our strength together, learn and create a synergy for good life in such challenging environment as my earlier speakers have said. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Harsh Jaitley, C20 Troika from India. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now arriving at the final moment of today's event. But before we close the event, allow me to invite once again Mrs. Herni Ramadlaningrum, C20 co-chair, and also Mrs. Rahmi Hertanti, head of secretariat, to read C20 statements on Russia-Ukraine conflict. Mrs. Herni and Mrs. Rahmi, the stage is yours.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm Herni Ramdaningrum, and my colleague Rahmi. We would like to convey our obligation and our solidarity to the Ukraine war. The C20 statement, March 7, 2022. Bali, Indonesia. Civil 20 urged to end hostilities and calls for global solidarity. Civil 20, a forum for civil society organization around the world that voice the aspiration of the people with the G20 leaders. We strongly urge to end hostilities in the Ukraine and the call for sympathy, support, and global solidarity for the Ukraine people as well as Russia citizens who are against war. On February 24, 2022, as the effect of the power contestation in the Western and Eastern Europe regions, Russia has carried out indiscriminate attacks on civilians in the Ukraine. Ukrainians were forced out from their homes and their life profoundly destroyed. The number of civilian casualty continues to increase even as we issue this call. The crisis in the Ukraine did not start from the conflict between Russia and Ukraine per se, but it has been triggered by the broader power contestation. The war has already impacted the global economy, and its social impact will have profound ripple effect on inequality. The much-needed global economic recovery from the pandemic has been disrupted. Currently, the world oil benchmark price has risen sharply. The stock price have begun to weaken and various commodity prices have also been significantly affected. Millions of innocent people's lives are affected by the invasion. This has hampered the G20's effort to promote strong, sustainable, equal, and inclusive global economic growth. Russia is one of the members of the G20 has violated the mandate of the G20.
Through the momentum of Civil 20 kickoff on 7 and 8 March 2022, where the Civil 20 representatives and networks from various countries beyond the members of G20 gather, C20 reaffirms its commitment to the principles of transparent, democratic governance and respect for human rights. On the occurrence of the humanitarian tragedy in Ukraine, the C20 states, 1. We strongly urge to end all types of hostilities in the Ukraine, which has broken international law and has caused a tremendous humanitarian tragedy for Ukrainian civilians. It has also had a global socio-economic impact and has the potential to trigger wider conflicts. 2. We urge the G20 leaders to stop the harmful power contestation between actors in Western and Eastern Europe that jeopardizing the people in the regions. 3. We urge Russia to immediately stop its military offenses and begin to negotiate. Russia must immediately stop indiscriminate attacks that violate the laws of war and cause casualties to civilians and civilian facilities. Russia must play its role as a member of the UN and the international community that respects world peace and security. 4. We demand both conflict parties to allow access for the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, as stipulated by the international humanitarian law, as well as access for other non-governmental agencies to distribute humanitarian aid to civilians in need. 5. We call for sympathy, support, and solidarity for freedom, peace, and human rights for Ukrainian citizens. All citizens of Ukraine and everyone in the world have the right to live in security and peace and with dignity. Together with Ukrainian citizens, our solidarity includes all the victims of violences and dictatorships in every area of the planet.
6. We urge the G20 members to be more active and make every effort to stop the war. Members must give attention to humanitarian issues and support the UN and other international civil society organizations in creating a sustainable humanitarian aid architecture able to support the victim of all conflict. During a crisis, children, women, and vulnerable groups are at the highest risk. Thus, all individuals seeking protection, regardless of their nationality, identity, and gender, have access to fair, effective, and urgent humanitarian assistance. Safe passage for the civilians from the war zone and protection of refugees and asylum seekers from Ukraine will be provided. This must be one of the results of the G20 summit. 7. We urge Indonesia as the G20 presidency to be more active and strive to encourage and invite all members to discuss conflict resolution at the G20 session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Herni and Mrs. Rahmi. Hopefully our message is heard and also spread by all the G20 leaders and members all around the world, and to support Ukraine and Russia conflict to be end immediately. And ladies and gentlemen, that statements mark the end of today's event. Don't miss C20 parallel side events tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Indonesian Central Time, where you can participate in the interesting choices of thematic discussions while celebrating International Women's Day. It will be followed by a global press conference and a breakout room session for C20 members from all around the world. Finally, on behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you very much for joining us today in C20 kickoff meeting and ceremony, listening to the world. Enjoy the next session tomorrow. I am Senandung Nachuta signing out. Stay safe, everyone. Thank you. See you around. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi Santi Om.
People of the world, we are in jeopardy, striving times to act in solidarity. Our wish to heal the world, we shall do whatever must be done.
kepada para peserta yang hadir secara in person, silahkan untuk kita foto grup dulu ya. Kita foto grup dulu sebelum teman-teman meninggalkan ruangan. Dan satu hal, bahwa panitia ingin mengumumkan, mulai jam 6 sore ini sudah disiapkan dinner. Sudah disiapkan dinner outdoor dan ada live musicnya, tepatnya di Ocean Garden. Sekali lagi, silahkan untuk makan malam bersama di Ocean Garden. Teman-teman yang hadir secara in person, mari kita silaturahmi, kita makan, kita sambil nyanyi-nyanyi mungkin ya. Makan malam sudah siap mulai jam 6 sore di Ocean Garden. Oke, terima kasih. Sekarang boleh kita minta waktunya untuk foto grup dulu sebentar. Kita boleh maju ke stage sebentar ya teman-teman ya. Lalu kemudian kita foto grup sebelum teman-teman meninggalkan ruangan. Terima kasih. Oke teman-teman, ini mumpung lagi foto-foto, ayo kita maju dulu ke depan ke stage yuk. Kita foto grup yuk untuk teman-teman yang hadir secara in person. Kita langsung foto grup dulu sebelum teman-teman meninggalkan ruangan. Kita undang teman-teman untuk ke stage ya. Kita maju ya teman-teman ya. Oke. Teman-teman dari pihak hotel atau IO boleh tolong geser kursi. Oke, terima kasih. Ayo kita foto dulu yuk teman-teman yuk.
People of the world, we are in jeopardy. Striving times to act in solidarity. I wish to heal the world, we shall do whatever must be done. Change, we have also become hand in hand. reaching out for children's future destiny.
Break the bias. Intellectual Women's Day, break the bias. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Tiga, dua, satu. International Women's Day, break the bias. Tunggu, jangan ikut sukses. C20 mana suaranya? Please.
Lessons from past history, bringing us ahead. We come together, stronger. Navigate the sea of change. We have always overcome hand in hand. Recover together. We'll recover stronger. Reaching people of the world, we hold in jeopardy. Striving times to act in solidarity. I wish to hear the word we shall do whatever must be done. People of the world, we are in jeopardy. Striving times to act in solidarity. Our wish to heal the world, we shall do whatever must be done. I wish to heal the wrong we shall do whatever must be done.
Teman-teman, leader sudah bisa membaca materi kami di Ocean Garden. You can have dinner at Ocean Garden at 6 p.m. It is already open right now, actually. So feel free to come to our dinner, enjoy the live music from street musicians, locally from Bali, enjoy the evening, enjoy the silaturahmi, enjoy gatherings, meeting with people. So, enjoy at Ocean Garden, Jalan Solo. Thank you.
People of the world, we are in jeopardy. Striving times to act in solidarity. I wish to heal the wrong we shall do whatever must be done. Reaching out